Good morning, Fleetwood. My name is Sydney Guida, and welcome to Mock 24. This special edition of Tiger TV News will be live roughly 10 minutes into every period with results and reactions from today's mock election in real time. We hope you join us throughout the day to see how Fleetwood will vote in the 2024 election. Thanks to some hard work and dedication from the Social Studies Department, today's mock election is going to stimulate the Electoral College as best we can. Students are coming down to the library to vote during their social studies classes throughout the day. Each class has been assigned one or more states in the Electoral College. At the beginning of every period, we'll be bringing you results as they're available, just like you can watch on any news channel tonight. To take a deeper look into the Electoral College and how our early results may break down, let's head over to Tessa Flume at our Election Atlas, brought to you by CNN. Tessa?
Morning, Fleetwood. Today we need 270 votes to win, not only in our election, but in the real election today. This period, first period, we have 7 states voting with a total of 115 electoral votes up for grabs. So today we have Georgia voting this period, we have Colorado, we have Maryland up, we have California, which is our largest state, which we'll really tell a lot about today. We have Arkansas coming up, and we have Virginia and Iowa this period. Sydney?
I don't know, I think it could go really either way, depending on especially how California, Texas, and Florida go, just because they're our largest.
So I feel like those are really going to be telling of how things pan out today.
That's kind of how I feel too. I honestly, if I could tell you my proper predictions, I would, but I have no idea, so I guess we're going to find out. Next up, we'll also have some live on the scene coverage in the library. Let's head over to our correspondent on site, Olivia Walker. Olivia. Thank you, Olivia. Last but not least, throughout the day, we'll be broadcasting our panel discussions. These are debate-style panels that we have pre-recorded over the previous weeks. In the discussions, you'll see students having researched and informed debates over the serious issues at the heart of this election. In the absence of any results just yet, we're going to head over to one of those panel discussions now, with a closer look into immigration. Hello and welcome to the Mock 24 panel discussions. I'm Tessa Flume, and this period we'll be discussing immigration. Immigrants are seen globally, but are becoming more and more of a pressing issue in the United States. Immigrants are fleeing into the United States from all over the world, but the issue is especially heated along our southern border. Many immigrants entering the country are considered to be illegal. Many are asking what to do about the immigrants themselves, border security, and the illegal activities that some may be bringing with them. These questions will all be addressed in today's discussion panel. Joining us representing the liberal viewpoint this period
are Sophie Esterly, Sophia Nestler, and Cindy Guida. The Conservatives will be represented by Aiden Kidd and Sam Reese. As a reminder, students will randomly assign their perspective. The views expressed by any particular student do not necessarily represent their own opinions. The first question we're going to be asking today is, are immigrants negatively affecting the economy?
As a general statement, I don't believe that the economy is being hurt in any way by undocumented immigrants. In fact, I feel that immigrants are good for the economy for a capacity of reasons. But one, I feel like the notion that they are taking away jobs is simply untrue, seeing as right now the U.S. has a unemployment rate at 4%, which is one of the lowest it's ever been in history. Seeing that we obviously aren't having a problem, as big of a problem as the right likes to make it seem with unemployment. And we also have about over 2 million jobs open right now. So we are actually seeing that right now, the latest data shows that we have 8 million jobs opening in the US, but only 6.8 million unemployed workers. So that shows that there is a lot more jobs open than the US population can fill.
So the conservative viewpoint would disagree with that point, that the immigration does not positively affect the economy. A study from the National Bureau of Economic Research found that immigration has led to a 7.4% decrease in wages for native workers without a high school diploma. So this directly shows how the cheap labor of immigrants negatively affects natural-born citizens. And we're by no means are we saying that immigration is a bad thing, but illegal immigration and the fact that illegal immigration hurts the economy is certainly a big factor that must be taken into account.
And while it may not seem like that big of a deal right now, in the future it may seem like a bigger issue if immigrants keep coming in illegally.
So it's actually not going to be a problem in the future, seeing as though we are experiencing a population decline. There are less births in the United States, and at some point, it's suspected that the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, said that death rates will exceed births in 2040. So we're going to see that ultimately immigration is going to be to account for a majority of the population growth. And we do need these positions filled, because the baby boomer generation is currently leaving us, and a lot of jobs are opening up. So our economy is going to flounder if we do not have people to fill those positions.
We would tend to agree with this viewpoint, except we should not be prioritizing illegal immigrants getting jobs over natural-born citizens of the U.S. We believe that immigration, while a positive thing, should be done legally, and illegal immigration prioritizes the rights of non-U.S. citizens over that of the U.S. citizen.
I would like to point out that most meat packing plants and slaughterhouses are where undocumented immigrants are working, and I don't think that the border is where, if the concern is jobs, we should be investigating businesses that have, like on their taxes, have 0 workers. I think that strictly on the southern border, it's just misplaced.
I think we should make a clear delineation first before we delve into the specifics of immigration with jobs. Immigration legally through means by the U.S. government is totally acceptable, but illegal immigration, we think this is a huge national security risk. Things like the cartels, military-aged men from China, and basically everyone. We don't know who these undocumented people are. We don't know what they're capable of. We've already caught many murderers, terrorists, drug leaders, all these different dangerous individuals that we don't know who are getting into the United States. This poses a national security risk and makes the U.S. a weaker nation as a whole.
I'd like to point out that the conservatives really harp on the very little percentage of people that actually intend to cause harm in the country and come into our country to cause harm. And I feel like they forget the fact that our country was founded on immigration.
Yes, our country was founded on immigration, but legal immigration. We need to make sure that these good people coming from other countries are coming into our country legally. Because if you have an undocumented immigrant coming into the U.S., you don't know who they are, where they came from. We just think it would be a lot easier if we knew who the person was when they came into the U.S.
Moving on specifically to the Mexican border, how should that be more or less secure to be made safer for immigrants?
Well, I specifically think that that it'd be a lot easier to instead of defending the border, we should increase the cost of of going over the border illegally, or creating easier immigration methods to allow these people to come through the border and still become citizens of the U.S.
So obviously, there's a border crisis going on in the United States, and there has to be multiple ways that we address this, and it can't just be, like tighter enforcements. Obviously, I think there needs to be more funding going to the border, and this goes for the patrolmen. In the fiscal year 2023, President Biden issued a government funding package into law, which provided Border Patrol with over $7 billion, which was a 17% increase from the year before. Additionally, the funding package provided $65 million for 300 new Border Patrol agents, $60 million for 125 new personnel at points of entry, and $230 million for technology like autonomous surveillance towers. And this was voted down by the House Republicans. So he did try to implement those, and it ultimately failed because of conservatives within the House.
We believe this is because that bill was nearly not harsh enough. We believe that the border must be secure through whatever means necessary. We do not mean that the lives of the illegal immigrants should be impaired or harmed, and we believe that all morality should be taken in this issue. But we do recognize the imperativeness of creating a strong national border. Under the Trump administration, some of the lowest numbers of illegal immigrants were coming in due to his strong national policies on defense. And you mentioned Border Patrol agents. Under the Biden administration, new restrictions came under them, and they are essentially ineffective now, and they are being told to stand down when illegal immigrants come through, unable to do their job. And we think this is a national travesty, and we should be using our forces to their extent and using them to create a strong national border, which would in turn create a strong national.
Moving on to sanctuary cities in the United States, should they continue to be allowed and facilitated through tax money under the United States government?
Personally, I agree, because if they are living in the United States, I only think it's necessary that they are afforded the same amenities. And I do believe that if they have more programs to support themselves and their families, I think they're not going to be as dangerous as conservatives may paint them to be. If it's not necessary for them to do anything drastic for their means of living.
I believe that sanctuary cities are very beneficial to undocumented immigrants and the cities that are housing these undocumented immigrants. They ultimately encourage a better relationship between undocumented immigrants and the law enforcement. In these sanctuary cities, statistically, according to Global Refuge, the incomes are higher and the crime rate is lower in these places.
So your question was, should we use federal taxes to support these cities?
Yes.
We disagree. We believe that rather, instead of using federal taxpayer dollars, we should instead put it on the states and those cities to provide the funding for these immigrants.
Another conservative viewpoint is that we shouldn't be funding these illegal immigrants at all. Taxpayer money should be going directly back to taxpayers. This is why we have things like Medicare and Medicaid. They're directly going to U.S. citizens who need it, whereas in these sanctuary city type situations, U.S. citizens' taxpayer money is not going to U.S. citizens. It's going to illegal immigrants to house them and feed them when a U.S. citizen goes hungry and is starving in the street, while these immigrants are propped up in a hotel and given food and money. And in certain cases, they're given amenities such as iPhones and other things like food stamps.
I would like to reply to both of you. One, I don't believe that it's up to the states. I believe that the federal government and through taxes, we should be funding these sanctuary cities. And I also want to point out that you want taxpayer dollars to be directly benefiting the people who are like the people, American citizens in the economy. But I would like to point out that over $3 billion have been spent in detention camps for these for these refugees and these illegal immigrants. And these detention camps the conditions are awful. Hundreds of people have died over the course of the decades that they've been implemented. And it's found that about 90% of those deaths could have been prevented with the right care. So ultimately, I feel that we should be using that federal money that is being taken from taxpayers and instead put it towards these sanctuary cities where we can actually make a good impact in that community instead of hurting immigrants.
So while we do recognize that some of the measures taken by the different administrations have not been the best, such as the refugee camps, we do recognize that more taxpayer money could go to the removal and specifically the effective and safe removal of these illegal immigrants from our society. We believe that the money taken from sanctuary cities could be put towards a better cause rather than taxpayers paying illegal immigrants to have them stay. We could have U.S. citizens pay for their removal, which would be safer for the United States, as well as directly benefit U.S. citizens while keeping morality and safety for the illegal immigrants.
I do believe that this is all that we have time for today. Once again, thank you to all of our panelists. The views expressed by any student do not necessarily represent their own opinions. They were assigned to argue for either the left or the right side today. Thank you.
And with that, we want to head right back over to Olivia as we have some preliminary exit polls coming in. Olivia? Thanks, Olivia. That wraps up our coverage for this period. We'll be back around 8:30 with results from first period and a look into second period's actions. I'm Sydney Guida, and thank you for tuning in to Mock 24. Welcome back, Fleetwood. My name's Sydney Guida, and this is Mock 24, Tiger TV's live news coverage of today's mock election. This period, we'll be breaking down some of the results from last period's voting, preview on what states are coming down to the library this period, have one of our student panels take a deep dive into the issues of foreign affairs in this current election, and lastly, take a look at some of our live exit pollings from this period. To start off, we had experienced some technical difficulties with Olivia Walker, so I want to give some information on the recent exit pollings that happened first period. So in Maryland, 91% of voters said that climate change was an important issue in this election. In Arkansas, 80% said that Trump will reduce inflation, and in Iowa, a majority of people said that this is going to be a life-changing election. In Virginia, which was polled by Gabriel Siegfried, it came to the result that immigration is not a huge issue in the voters' lives in Virginia, as neither candidate had a lot of support on their immigration policies. Next, we're going to take a look at what results are from last period. To do that, we're going to head over to Tessa Flume at our election atlas brought to you by CNN. Tessa?
Thank you, Sydney. Unfortunately, last period's results are too close to call. So states to watch from last period, again, are Georgia, California, and Virginia with our largest amount of electoral votes. Upcoming, we need, again, 270 electoral votes to win. And we have 5 states voting this period, period 2, for a total of 79 electoral votes up for grabs. We have states of North Carolina, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, and Oklahoma coming up this period. Our votes will be coming out from period 1 after the end of this period. Sydney?
All right. Now it's time to head back to our panel discussions. This period, we're looking at a closer look at foreign affairs.
Hello and welcome to the Mock 24 panel discussions. I'm Tessa Flume, and this period we'll be discussing immigration. Immigrants are seen globally. Hello and welcome to the Mock 24 panel discussions. I'm Tessa Flume, and this period we'll be discussing women's reproductive rights. Women's reproductive rights is a hot topic in American politics this election season. Since the overturn of Roe v. Wade in 2022, the question of whether or not abortion should be accessible to women has been up for grabs. Many believe there should be exceptions, some that there should be no exceptions to the policies. The ideas of states' rights, women's rights, morals, and more are questioned within the bounds of women's reproductive rights. Questions like, should abortions be accessible or legal? For how long during a pregnancy? Should that be up to the states or the national government? Are all being asked throughout our nation. That's what we will hear more of during today's discussion. Joining us representing the liberal viewpoint are Sydney Guida and Sophie Esterly, and the conservatives will be represented by Sophia Glover and Preston Langley. As a reminder, all students were randomly assigned their perspective. The views expressed by any particular student do not necessarily represent their own opinions. We're going to start with our first question, and we are going to throw to the liberal side first. Should abortions be legal in America at all?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. The purpose of abortions is to ultimately give women the right to choose whether they want to carry a child to term or not. And it is ultimately up to that woman to decide what she wants to do with her body.
Well, since 2022, we have seen 14 U.S. states go banning abortion. However, every single one of those states has been an exception to their rules. So we have seen the abortion laws changing and evolving based on the current majority beliefs of that individual state. And we would just like to clarify that we are not at all enforcing women to become mothers, but rather just trying to give more options like adoption instead of resorting to abortion as a first choice.
So you have to consider that the foster care system is currently oversaturated with children who don't have homes, and the system itself is broken, there's not enough funding, and conservatives don't have a plan to rectify that foster care system. So to put children who don't have a home, like women who aren't willing to give a child a home or can't give a child a home, and to put them into a system that's not going to help them and to give them a bad life, certainly isn't what I think America should be. I don't think that we should be subjecting children to that. More children than already like the 600,000 that are currently in foster care right now.
Well, if the issue lies in the system, then that's an issue that we as the government need to solve. We have to work to better this system and to give these children lives and a future.
I agree. I mean, the foster system and the adoption system fall under what the state and federal government. Different aspects of the systems will fall under the state, and that could be left to the individual state to solve, and some fall under the federal government, which would be left ultimately to the conservative federal government if the election is won by the conservatives to solve.
I think we are going to move to our next question then. If abortion should be allowed, how long into the pregnancy should they be allowed or not allowed, and how should that be determined?
Well, as of right now, in the 14 states that do not allow abortion, it's commonly put between the 6th and the 15th month. The National Institute of Health suggests that fetuses become sentient after week 24. They can feel pain, so we would absolutely not want abortion to happen after week 24, and preferably within the 6th and 15th week.
First of all, it's hard to define sentience. I feel like that's a very nebulous concept, and I don't think that anybody has an answer to exactly what determines life or what determines sentience. And that can be a very incendiary conversation to have, and certainly more philosophical and interpretational than objective and actually biological. And as for the termination of a pregnancy, a majority of women, an overwhelming majority of women, like 93% of women, do receive an abortion within the first trimester. So that is before 13 weeks of gestation, which is how long the woman has been pregnant.
Just to clarify a few things on statistics, I would just like to point out that in the scope of 30 years, between 1991 and 2021, the abortion rates have dropped 36%, showing that more and more people are choosing the adoption route, and this is before Roe versus Wade was overturned in 2022.
Sure, but you also have to consider that, even though it went down per se, it's still a lot of people who are seeking abortions. I mean, within the past few years, it's been almost like 1 million people per year.
Well, as we are a democracy, we are expected to reflect the people that we represent, and a significant drop, like 36%, would result in should result in a change in government.
Okay, but as a democracy, I feel like we still need to respect the individual rights here as people.
Absolutely, and I think the state should also be a great reflection of the majority of the individual rights of people living in that state.
We're going to move to our next question on the topic of contraceptives. Should contraceptives such as Plan B be accessible to women nationwide?
Absolutely, and I think that we should go beyond just women. I mean, there are definitely also birth control things for men too, like vasectomies. So I don't think that we should limit it to just women. It's not just their responsibility. But I think that creating like awareness for like sex and things like that is also important, and also just putting out this information that women can use pills, they can use like condoms, they can use, and men can get vasectomies. So I think that there are a multitude of opportunities which can prohibit the need for an abortion in the first place.
Should there be any exceptions to policies put in place restricting women from getting an abortion if they need it?
Well, as I've said before, there's a lot of states that are already doing these things. For example, when the abortion should be taking place, and when an abortion is medically necessary for the life of a woman, many states have decided to change that law to say that if it's medically necessary, that the abortion could be put on. And I'm not saying that my specific opinion should be applied to the entire United States, because I'm not the entire United States. I just think that the state should be able to actively reflect the majority of their population.
Okay, but we also have to be careful of majority rule, because we can't ignore the minority there that exists and that need that healthcare, because ultimately these people are going to different lengths to find abortions. These people are going to have abortions if they need abortions. It's just a matter of whether they get there safely, effectively. And the truth is, abortions are less likely, they have a lower mortality rate than live births, a significantly less mortality rate than live births. In fact, I believe that 10 in 100,000 live births result in the loss of the woman. But I believe it was like 0.8% of, or 0.8 out of 100,000 women die as a result of an abortion. And that's not to say that it's not like you're not risking anything, but there's definitely something to be said on the safety of abortion, especially in today's age with the technology that we have. We can definitely ensure that women will be safe during these procedures.
Well, as for the safety of abortions, while it may be safer than a live childbirth, it's also, the statistics are changed because live births are much more common than abortions. They happen more often, and therefore there's more likely to be incidents. But also, according to the World Health Organization, 45% of all abortions are considered to be unsafe.
It should not be up to the government to decide what is safe or not for a woman. That is up to the woman. It's up to the mother to decide what they want.
I guess our main priority is making sure that even though it is a safety priority and the women should have a right to decide whether or not they do want to be a mother, we also want to consider the fact that each and every abortion is the loss of a life. And we want to, as government, we want to protect those lives as much as we possibly can. And we think that other options such as adoption can give a mother a choice as to whether or not she wants to be a mother, but then and how she wants to live her life while also protecting these lives.
I mean, as far as restrictions go, similar to what Roe v. Wade had on the restrictions, where in the first trimester an abortion is legal, but in the second trimester it was left up to state restrictions, and in the third trimester only, I believe it was restrictions to only save a woman's life, that abortion could be legal. I mean, I agree with those restrictions on a basic conservative standpoint, but we're also trying to look out for, of course, the lives of the fetuses that are killed off in an abortion.
Thank you to all of our panelists again for coming out and having a discussion on women's reproductive rights today. I would like to again remind everybody that these are not the personal opinions of our panelists, and they were chosen for them and they had to argue in such a manner. Thank you.
Welcome back. We've received some breaking news on Period 1's polls, so we're gonna go check out Tessa to see what the results look like right now. Tessa?
Thank you, Sydney. We have results from 7 states from last period's voting. We have Georgia going Democratic. For Harris, we have Colorado voting blue. We have Maryland voting blue. And we have California going red for Trump. We have Arkansas going red. And we have Iowa voting blue for Harris. Ooh. And we have Virginia going blue. So with this, we have a total of 55 votes for Harris and 60 for Trump. It's currently still a close call, and we are waiting on results from the additional 43 states.
All right, now we're going to head back over to Olivia in the library. She's going to give us a look at some exit polling about women's reproductive rights. Olivia, what do you have for us this period?
Thanks, Sydney. I'm here with Danny Orozco, and he interviewed some exit pollers from North Carolina. What are some of the questions that you asked them?
Some of the questions that I have asked is if gun control should become more stricter or if it's steady as it is, and do you think women should have their right to abortion or not, and do you think AI should have more restrictions?
All right, and then what were some of the results of that?
88% think that it should be more stricter, 75% think women should have the right, 25% said no say, 88% think AI should have more restrictions.
All right, thank you, and then back to you.
Thanks, Olivia. That wraps up our coverage for this period. We'll be back around 9:20 with results from second period, and we'll be taking a look at third period's actions. I'm Sydney Guida, and thanks for tuning in to Mock 24. Welcome back Fleetwood. My name is Sydney Guida, and this is Mock 24, Tiger TV's live news coverage of today's mock election at Fleetwood. This period will be breaking down some results from last period's voting, preview what states are coming down to the library this period, have one of our student panels take a deep dive into the issues of the economy, and lastly, take a look at some of our live exit polling from this period. To start off, let's take a look at what the results are from last period. To do what we're doing, we're going to head over to Tessa Flume at our election atlas brought to you by CNN. Tessa.
Thank you, Sydney. For this upcoming period, again, we need 270 votes to win. From first period, our results are 55 from Harris and 60 from Trump. In period 3 this period, we have a total of 5 states voting for a cumulative 58 electoral votes up for grabs. We have Kansas voting. Oh my goodness, I get my Kansas. We have Kansas voting, we have Mississippi voting, we have Maine, and we have New York and New Jersey. Our largest state this period is New York for 28 votes and New Jersey for 14. Our results from last period are, we're still waiting on some of them, but we have Connecticut for 7 for Trump. We have Illinois for 19 for Harris, and we have a large 30 for Trump in Florida. We are waiting on North Carolina and Oklahoma, but those should be coming up soon. Sydney?
I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised about California.
Yeah, I don't think that they're really going to go red, but that's a big win for Trump in our election here. Now we're up to 97 for Trump and 74 for Harris in our Fleetwood election.
We'll see if Harris can make a comeback, but it's not looking too good for her right now.
Maybe. We have a lot of states coming up still.
Yep. All right, we're gonna take some time to head back to our panel discussions. This week, we're taking a closer look at the economy. Hello and welcome to the Mock 24 panel discussions. I'm Sydney Guida, and this period we'll be discussing the economy. The issue of the economy is a complicated one, and it has polarized our nation. The two political parties have debated for decades over how our economy should be run. For many people, it's a factor that defines who they'll be voting for this election season. Is class division a problem in society? What about inflation? Today, our panelists are here to answer these questions. Joining us, representing the liberal viewpoint this period, are Stephen Zhang, Sam Reese, and Preston Langley. The Conservatives will be represented by Faria Islam, Josh Mitten, and Tessa Flume. A reminder, students are randomly assigned their perspectives. The views expressed by any particular student do not necessarily represent their own opinions. My first question is going to be directed toward the liberals. To what extent should the government be involved in our economy?
So from a liberal viewpoint, we believe that the government should work to create an equitable and equal economy that serves all. We believe under the Harris administration that the economy will aim to create what is called an opportunity economy, so an equitable opportunity for all, in which the middle class will thrive and wealthy and organizations will pay their fair share in taxes, and we can raise up the impoverished through these taxes. We hope to create affordable housing and homeownership, support small businesses and entrepreneurs, combat price gouging and lowering costs, strengthening healthcare and welfare systems, bolstering Social Security and Medicaid, create climate and energy initiatives, create investment in education, create workers' rights and wages, and also combat greedy corporations who are stealing from the everyday American.
Well, I think that your whole idea of equal economy isn't exactly the right way to look at this. Capitalism in itself is not equal, and it's important for us to understand that this is a kind of society where you get what you put in the work for. And I don't think it's fair to punish people who have made lots of money from their hard work. And I think it's just if the people who I feel like the people who do not have as much money can be working harder and taking more steps to further their own wealth as opposed to needing government regulation to help give them that boost.
We believe in a free market economy, so the government should not be interfering, and what you put into it, you will get back from that. The harder you work, the more you'll get in return.
Okay, moving on to the next question. Inflation and interest rates are higher than we've seen in a long time. How should we confront inflation? Tossing it to the liberals.
So we believe that inflation is at record levels that were set by the disaster of the COVID-19 crisis and further exacerbated by the Trump administration. We have inherited the Biden-Harris administration has inherited one of the worst economical crises and situations since the Great Depression, and they've been working to lower inflation, which they have been doing significantly. Inflation is not only just an issue, it's also corporate greed that is exacerbating the problem for everyday Americans. For example, Dollar Tree, the famous corporation, made $1.2 billion last year, and they caused that they're raising prices to $1.25 instead of their normal $1, and they're citing inflation. However, this is not the case because they made $1.2 billion and their workers are paid a measly $8.32 an hour.
Well, we on the conservative side believe that overregulation actually makes the problem worse, and that if you use the example of Ronald Reagan's presidency and his laissez-faire or hands-off economics worked very well for everyday Americans, I think it's also important for us to put our trust in the Federal Reserve to help us curb inflation.
Moving on to another question. How big of an issue is our reliance on fossil fuels in the economy?
Our reliance on fossil fuel has increased throughout the year. That's why we want to invest in newer, cleaner, renewable energy, which helps them. For nowadays, many small people, homeowners could sell back those electricities, making them a profit from extra electricities.
We believe that fossil fuels are incredibly important. America's oil and natural gas industry supports 10.3 million jobs and nearly 8% of our nation's GDP. If we provide over 80% of American energy, and without this, we would have a detrimental loss of jobs, and it brings in incredible amounts of revenue. 12.3 million jobs are provided by the gas industry, and it is projected to produce $1.6 trillion in federal and state tax revenue between 2012 and 2025 alone.
So we agree that while jobs are very important and must be protected, the opening of alternative energy sources would create new jobs and not only not eliminate the jobs of others, because we cannot phase out fossil fuels completely. We must start incrementally using alternatives, which would, in the short run, create more jobs, and in the long run, create larger industries that would be able to facilitate more jobs. So the point that switching to alternative energy sources would eliminate 10 million jobs is unreasonable, because as one industry opens, another would close. Therefore, these jobs would just be shifted into another role.
I think that these alternatives could be used as an addition, but not in particularly as a replacement for fossil fuels.
We've also seen over the last many decades, since the 19-teens, the 1920s, the rise in fossil fuel use can also affect those in society with the releasing of toxins into the air, which doesn't just affect the environment and the wildlife, it also affects the healthcare system of us humans as well, especially those in the younger and older generations with weaker immune systems. And we think by moving over into alternative resources for fossil fuels can greatly impact in a positive way the society and the environment.
With the rise in technology, particularly the use of AI, many people are worried they will be displaced from their jobs. Do you feel that AI poses a problem to our industries? And how can we ensure the population finds work within these advancing technological fields?
Of course, with AI and new technology arising in our society, you can't replace the work that a human can do. And I think we've proven that various times in different corporations such as NASA, with their creation for new technology that can do their math equations faster. We saw that in the 1960s when we tried to race to space. And obviously, you can never replace the human society with the work that they do. You can certainly help create more efficient ways to get done what a human can get done using AI and new technology.
We agree with the liberal side that unemployment is, in fact, an issue and that we should be creating jobs. And the problem with AI is that the reality of it is that it is taking jobs. And I believe that the more conservative approach to the more hands-off, less government regulation, is going to foster a better economy to better absorb the shock of AI coming in and taking jobs.
Obviously, our government system recognizes that, but also with the creation of AI, we can also create new jobs that revolve around that AI and that new technology. It can also give more designers and technology engineers more jobs, which could effectively pay more to their salaries, and it could also help us in not just our government ways, obviously not using AI to take over the government, but using it in the military as well.
With the state of the housing market, many individuals are struggling in both urban and rural areas. Going forward, how should the government solve this housing crisis?
All right, so we do recognize as liberals that the economy that we inherited from the Trump administration has significantly decreased the American homeowners' ability to buy a home and live the American dream. But the Harris administration promises to lower the costs and create easy opportunity to create home buying opportunities, such as a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time house buyers to create families to be able to have homes and be able to easily afford that. We could also increase tax deductions on small startups from $500,000 to $500,000, which would increase household markets throughout the U.S.
Well, we believe that inflation kind of provides an incentive for firms to produce a desirable housing product at a lower cost. So and that ends up benefiting the consumer when you have that sort of competition to make lower costs. I think it's important again to place our trust in the Federal Reserve, which has been doing a phenomenal job with the economy for decades at this point, and letting the natural, unregulated competition of businesses trying to sell houses fix the problem.
Do you recognize that the unregulated nature of businesses has partially created this problem within America's large companies, such as private equity firms, have been begin to buy up all of American real estate, and you've also America has sold under the Trump administration real estate to foreign nations as well, which has created the American economy to be weaker and the household market to skyrocket as large corporations and other parties are buying up houses en masse, and therefore the average American can't afford them.
Yes, we recognize that may be a problem, but also I think we can also help stop that by providing more housing, just having more housing available.
Again, we believe in a free market approach, so the individual can do with their money what they wish to do with it.
Thank you for coming to our panel on the economy. A reminder again, students were randomly assigned these perspectives, and the views expressed by any particular student do not necessarily represent their own opinions. Thank you. Welcome back. We just received more news on our current results, so we're going to toss it over to Tess. Tess, what do you got for us?
Added from period 2, we have Nebraska, who went red for Donald Trump, and we also have New Mexico added, who also went red for Trump. Again, voting this period, we have Kansas, Mississippi, Maine, New Jersey, and New York. We are waiting on those results as of now, and we are up to 107 for Donald Trump and up to 74 for Harris.
We need North Carolina.
Oh, we also have, from North Carolina, we have red. Oh,
nope.
Not red, I'm sorry. We went blue for Harris. So we are, up to 90 for Harris and 107 for Trump. Still a close race and could go either way.
Thank you, Tessa.
All right, we're going to toss it over to Olivia now to get some live exit pollings on the economy.
Thank you, Sydney. I'm with Gracelyn Augustinelli, who had Kansas. And then what were some questions that you had for the exit pollers?
Okay, so some of my questions were the influence of economy on their voting, what economic issues were most important, and how much they believed the candidates' economic policies were positively affecting their financial situations.
All right, and then what were the results of those?
So for the first one of the economy influencing the decision, a lot of people said somewhat important. The biggest issue was inflation control, and everyone agreed with economic policies positively affecting their financial situation.
All right, thank you, and back to Sydney.
Thank you, Olivia. That wraps up our coverage for this period, period 3. We'll be back at around 10 with results from 3rd period and a look at 4th period's action. I'm Sydney Guida, and thank you for returning to Mock 24. Welcome back, Fleetwood. My name's Sydney Guida, and this is Mock 24, Tiger TV's live news coverage of today's mock election. This period, we'll be able to break down some results from last period's voting, preview what states are coming down to the library this period, and have one of our student panels take a deep dive into the issues of climate change, and lastly, take a look at some of our happenings in the library this period. To start off, let's take a look at what results are from last period. To do that, we're going to head over to Tessa Flume at our election atlas brought to you by CNN. Tessa?
Thank you, Sydney. Up this period, voting for period 5, A and B, we have 6 states voting for a total of 69 electoral votes up for grabs. This period we have Massachusetts voting. We have, Massachusetts voting. We have Nevada voting. We have Utah voting. We have the big one, Texas. We have Alaska, and we have Vermont. Last period, we had results called from multiple states, totaling up to 84 electoral votes. We have Maine, which is simply too close to call right now, which has 4 electoral college votes. We have Kansas going blue for Harris. We have Mississippi going blue for Harris as well. We have New Jersey blue for 14. We have New York going red for 28. We have Minnesota going 10 for Harris. We have Missouri going 10 for Donald Trump, and we have Wisconsin going 10 also for Donald Trump. This brings us to 124 for Harris and up to 155 for Trump. Again, we need 270 to declare a winner, so at this point it is still anybody's game.
I have to say, this is looking pretty intense.
Getting pretty close here.
Yes, I feel like Harris needs a comeback either with Pennsylvania or Texas. I think Texas is going to be the big one. But I mean, it's still pretty close. You know, either has an option, but Trump is taking a pretty strong lead, it seems, in Fleetwood.
Yeah, but look at all that we've got left. It could go really anyway.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You know, I'm not going to decide either or who's going to win. We've still got a lot to go. Now it's time to head over to our panel discussions. This period, we'll be taking a closer look at climate change.
Hello and welcome to the Mock 24 panel discussions. I'm Tessa Flume, and this period we'll be discussing climate change. Climate change is an issue at the forefront of our nation. It is not only incredibly important to Americans, but people worldwide. It has been seen all over the globe, affecting the environment, economies, causing humanitarian crises, and outrage among differing parties. Opinions differ on who's at fault, what can be done, what should be done, and sometimes even on the existence of the phenomena. Should action be taken or not taken? What policies should be changed, removed, or added to aid this crisis? Those are the issues we're going to discuss today. Joining us, representing the liberal viewpoint today, are Stephen Zhang, Noreen Demeny, and Sophia Glover. The conservatives today will be represented by Josh Minton and Sydney Guida. And as a reminder, students were randomly assigned their perspective, and these views expressed by any particular student do not necessarily represent their own opinions. And we're going to start by asking the liberals, should reducing carbon emissions be a priority for our national government, and why?
Yes, absolutely. There has been an incredible amount of impact on our world already, especially in day-to-day life. For example, the honeybee population has declined at a rate of 2.3 between only the years of 2022 and 2023. And these creatures, even though they seem obsolete, are responsible for 33% of the world's global crop production. As of 2023, deadly storms have risen to the point where 83 of all natural disaster-related costs are put towards repairing the damage that was inflicted. To put that into perspective, that's $2.66 trillion out of $3.05 trillion every year.
We believe that representing the young conservatives of America, obviously carbon emissions can be considered a problem, but what we really need to consider right now, especially within this upcoming election, is the economy. Obviously, people are struggling with housing, with inflation, and other conflicts like that. And there are definitely ways to incorporate the economy into finding alternate sources for clean and renewable energy. We'd like to look into ways to introduce that to the free market, maybe like we did with the COVID vaccines, and create some competing companies to facilitate that free market and grow the economy.
Yep, and especially when we think about the original question, which is or should fixing climate change be a priority? I think there's a lot of other issues going on in the nation right now, namely inflation, international terrorism, our border policies are a nightmare. So we need to, there's a lot of other issues that we need to be working on solving now that are a lot more immediate. And then we can think about, other things like climate change later after our greater, more immediate problems have been fixed.
Well, I would like to say that the United States Department of Energy has said that that solar energy is the cheapest form of energy in the long run. While the down payment might be large at the beginning, it then continues to pay for itself. Renewable energy resources produce 8 million jobs in the entire industry, whereas fossil fuel industry has 9.8 million, which is slightly smaller. However, 84% of our resources and our work is going towards the fossil fuel industry. So if we were to put more of our energy into the sustainable resources, we could create countless more job opportunities. And when you look at it now, solar energy, for the small portion that it does take in America's economy, it has an incredible amount of job opportunities.
How do you expect people who can barely afford to own a home to install solar panels into their home? Because with this current economy, a lot of people are homeless. A lot of people are struggling because inflation is the groceries, like literally everything from taxes to groceries. People are struggling. They can't afford to install solar panels or buy electric cars. It's just not applicable in today's economy.
Well, there are government programs that could help those low-income or middle-income families to afford solar panels. There are companies out there where they loan you a solar panel for you to use to install, and then you can pay them back over time. For many electric companies, there are programs where you can, if you have extra electricity, you could sell it back to the electric companies as a profit, or you could or pay them back as a loan.
And if you cannot afford to buy electric car or to fix the problem completely, you can reduce the problem by using filters in your car. I think that would reduce the amount of carbon dioxide and, greenhouse gases. That would reduce it but not fix completely, but it depends on, as you said, the amount of money they own.
I mean, I feel like you're naming all of these great long-term solutions, but like Sydney has been saying, it's just simply not affordable in today's economy. You can't really fix the issue of climate change without the money and the infrastructure to do so, and we can't have the money and infrastructure to fix climate change without fixing problems in our economy first.
Our next question is going to be, what is the best plan of action to combat the climate crisis? And what could the government be doing, or what should the government not be doing in that case?
Well, to start off, as I said before, renewable energy resources must absolutely become a priority. While it will be a slow transition to start with, we must start putting funds into renewable resources. Cities like Reading, right near us, has dedicated itself to Project Reading for 100, which is a dedication to becoming completely sustainable and energy efficient by the year 2050. Cities like this all around are becoming energy efficient and therefore reducing their impact. Government should absolutely be encouraging this and continuing to put funds into it. Fleetwood district itself is going solar. They just installed solar panels at Willow Creek Elementary School.
Well, I'd like to say in general, I don't know that I would say it's necessarily the responsibility, at least of the federal government. I think it's our businesses within the government, or just private businesses. I feel like it's the government's job to support these free businesses to create incentives to develop clean energy. But I also do want to say that the US is not the leading carbon emissions country. China is producing over 2 times more than us. They make up 1/3 of the total carbon emissions released in the world. And they're not really doing anything. So why is it up to only the US to install these regulations and hinder our own economy while other people are getting ahead and using these fossil fuels to combat us and to take us out in the global economy?
Well, we are not the number one world leader in carbon emissions. We fluctuate between numbers 5 and 6. America uses 80% of their energy production for fossil fuels. While we have made great strides, it's been on a small scale. It is the federal government job to facilitate this transition from fossil fuels to sustainable energy, because it's our job as the government to be creating a more structurally sound, environmentally beneficial society. And we also have several other countries who might follow in our lead. We have great impact around the world because of our relationship with other countries.
In this, fossil fuels are incredibly important to our economy. And you guys seem to be placing the economy over the climate and the climate over the economy. Why is one way better than the other? How could this affect America in the long run?
I believe, like I said, that clean resources for renewable energy are important. However, like I said, within our current economy, leading a clean life is expensive and obtrusive. I don't believe that people should be focusing all of their attention on living an eco-friendly lifestyle because it's just not affordable.
I believe that taking action is important because it's not just about the United States. Because there are other countries known as the developing countries who are suffering from climate change. People are dying, people are poor. As you said, people cannot afford a living. So, if you just focus on the economics of the United States while other people are dying, I don't think that's a good solution for all of us to live together. So I think limiting climate change is important.
So what you said about the developing countries, again, America makes up about not even 13% of all world carbon emissions. So it's not just us. And if you want to confront these developing countries' conflicts, these humanitarian crises, which I think we should, you need to start confronting other countries about it, and we need to start taking actual global action, because it's not just us. We've been doing a lot more than a lot of other countries have.
So even though the United States isn't the main leading contributor to carbon emissions, but there are groups like the Paris Agreement where we work together to reduce carbon emissions. And with that agreement, we could potentially pressure, say, China to reduce the carbon emissions over time.
I'd also like to add that while 13% might not seem like a lot on a global scale, that's an enormous impact. If we could reduce ourselves to becoming 100% energy efficient, that would be an enormous change on a global scale and could be enough to get us back to a safe place.
I feel like we've already done our part. Yes, we are 13% of the world's carbon emissions, but consider all of the other countries making up the additional 87% of the carbon emissions that are going up into our atmosphere. I think we've already solved our problem, and we need to think about preaching to other countries, like you said, to fix this issue, because it is the other countries at this point, those 87%, that need to be cutting back their carbon emissions as opposed to us.
Once again, thank you to all of our panelists for a great discussion here. And once again, reminding everybody that these are not the opinions of our panelists here, and they were chosen to reflect either side. Thank you.
Welcome back, Fleetwood. Now we're going to take it to the library with Olivia, who's there with Mr. Carr. Olivia?
Thank you, Sydney. I'm here with Mr. Carr, who's going to tell us a little bit what's been going on behind the scenes today. So how much planning went into this?
Actually, a lot of planning. We, as a group, the Associates Department, did our PLCs based on this, and we started literally the first week of school, and have been doing it throughout the year. We reached out to Mr. Barnett and Mr. Gaston to do the media side of things. Also, the tech department, we were working with them to make sure we had the laptops and everything else available for today.
All right. And then why is it so important that we do this?
Well, I think the real-world experience, that as a department, why we placed PLC in this way is so this was a real-world experience for the kids, and not just pushing buttons in a classroom where you get to stand in line, you got to do exit polling, do all the things that are a real part of an election process.
Right. And then how do you think today has went so far?
I think it's gone very well. Everything has worked great. The kids have been awesome. Everybody participated, and we're very happy with what we've seen.
All right. Thank you. And then, although we did not have any exit pollers to interview today, we do have some results from the last one. So in Maine, 69% believe that there should be more government action regarding gun laws, and in Mississippi, 98% say that inflation is the biggest economy issue. And then for New York, which is a big deciding factor in our last period, 8 people say that there should be more gun laws in America, and 4 people said there should not. And then 11 people said that inflation is a big problem in today's society, while 1 said it is not. And then 10 said that crime is a major concern in today's society, while 2 said that it is not. Thank you, and back to Sydney.
Thank you, Olivia. That wraps up our coverage for this period. We'll be back after lunch at around 12:20 with results from 5th period and a look at 6th period's action. I'm Sydney Guida, and thank you for tuning in to Mock 24. Welcome back, Fleetwood. My name is Sydney Guida, and this is Mock 24, Tiger TV's live news coverage of today's mock election. This period, we'll be breaking down some results from lunches, preview what states are coming down to the library this period, have one of our student panels take a deep dive into the issues of foreign affairs, and lastly, take a look at some of our exit polling from this period. To start off, let's take a look at what results came in during lunch. To do that, we're going to head over to Tessa Flume at our election atlas brought to you by CNN. Tessa?
Thank you, Sydney. We need 270 to win once again. We are at 126 votes for Harris and 155 for Trump. And this period, we have 6 states voting for a total of 54 Electoral College votes from states Hawaii for 4, Idaho also for 4. We have Utah for, we have Arizona for 11. We have Michigan for 15. We have Indiana for 11. And we have Alabama for 9. Our largest ticket state this period is Michigan for 15, and we have results from last period, and we have Massachusetts voting red. We have Nevada voting red for 6. We have Alaska voting red for 3. We have Vermont going 3 for Trump also, and we have Utah going red for 6. And this just in, breaking, we have Texas voting blue for Harris, which is a very large ticket state for 40 Electoral College votes, which brings Harris a lot back up, and we are just trailing behind Donald Trump. We have 186 for Trump and 166 for Harris. So still, at this point, this is anybody's game, and Maine is still too close to call.
I have to say, I didn't expect that.
I didn't either.
I mean, I can't say that that's going to happen in real life, but
no, I don't think
this
that's
is definitely an
feasible,
interesting map, I gotta say.
Yeah, we have California red and Texas blue. It's
New York red too.
Here. Oh yeah, something's happening here.
Now it's time to head back to our panel discussions. This period, we're taking a closer look at foreign affairs.
Hello, and welcome to Mock 24 panels. I'm Stephen Zane. In this period, we'll be discussing foreign affairs. Foreign affair is on everyone's mind, as we are more interconnected than ever before. The decision and policy we make in relation to other nations plays a crucial role in shaping global security. From international trade to diplomacy to conflict and alliance, foreign affairs influence our life directly and indirectly. Should action be taken or not taken? What policies should be changed, removed, or added to have a healthy relationship? Those are the issues we'll be discussing today. Joining us, representing the liberal viewpoint this period, are Sydney Guida, Tessa Flume, and Josh Mitten. The conservative will be represented by Aidan Kidd and Sam Reese. A reminder, there are students who were randomly assigned their perspective. The views expressed by any particular student do not necessarily represent their own opinion. What role should the United States play in the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine? Should we provide more military and financial support to Ukraine? Should we use those funds diplomatically?
So Republicans believe overall that the war in Ukraine, we have helped enough already. We've already passed bills providing $95 billion in funds for Ukraine. We believe that putting American boots on the ground would be not good.
Honestly, I feel that we still need to be financially, militarily, and otherwise humanitarianly involved in this conflict. We can't just relinquish everything that we've already fought for, and it's our responsibility to protect Ukraine.
So the Ukrainian issue is a great example of how liberal policies towards foreign affairs fails and creates unsafe environments within the world. Regarding the current issue of Ukraine, we believe that isolation from the issue and destruction of the issue completely by ending the war, it should be taken in the swiftest and utmost regard. We believe that the actions of the Biden-Harris campaign has directly led to the invasion of Ukraine and the unnecessary loss of life that came from that. This showcases the weak foreign affairs policies of the liberals and shows that the conservative policies under Donald Trump in the 2020 administration in the 2016 administration were much stronger, and therefore Vladimir Putin did not feel as he had the courage to invade Ukraine.
Well, Russia continues to be committing atrocities in Ukraine and continuing the fighting. So I feel like, Aiden, you said that you feel we've already done enough, but like I just said, there continues to be fighting in Ukraine. And I think we need to be providing that support as long as the war is going on.
I think both sides can agree that the war in Ukraine should not be happening. However, before this event, we had a relatively good, not a good history, but a good relationship with Russia after the USSR had been dissolved. Okay, and I just feel us as Republicans feel like we just need to end it as quickly as possible. But this does not mean necessarily providing tons of military support.
Well, if you take an isolationist standpoint, then Ukraine is going to end up losing because Russia is a colossal military force. And Ukraine needs all of the support that it can get from free nations around the world. I think pulling out of that support network to get Ukraine on the winning side of this war is going to have negative effects.
As conservatives, we believe that we should not seek to further fund the war. Rather, not that the Ukraine be completely invaded by Russia, as that is a possibility, but to completely end the war, working with peace negotiations. Conservatives are also available to supporting secessions of Ukrainian land, as has already been almost done with Russia. And we believe that this would be a strategic victory, not only in helping weaken Russian state, but also in supporting Ukrainian democracy and retaining their freedom.
We'll move on to the next question. In light of the current Hamas-Israel war, should we prioritize support for Israel, humanitarian aid, or push for immediate diplomatic solution?
I believe that keeping in mind the humanitarian crisis of this and aiding people themselves is the most important part of any conflict, and we need to keep in mind the humanity of any conflict.
So, would you support Palestine or Israel?
Israel.
Israel, okay.
Conservatives tend to agree with this argument. The tragic events of October 7th highlight the brutal reality that Israel faces daily. Conservatives would support Israel's right to defend itself and believe that the U.S. should support Israel in its fight against terrorism and against the Hamas forces. It's effectively hindering the humanitarian crisis. We believe this is an important issue. We do not believe that we believe that the right to life and that the right to life should not be taken away from Palestinian citizens if they are innocent, but we do recognize that Israel is a sovereign nation and should take care of their terroristic threats against them.
Obviously, what happened last year was a tragedy, October 7th, and we fully recognize that, and our support is with Israel. But when you have over 40,000 civilian casualties who had nothing to do with Hamas, it becomes a problem. It becomes a humanitarian crisis that demands attention, and it's not something that we should ignore just for the sake of supporting Israel.
I believe that the problem with that is that Hamas, there are lots of issues trying to evacuate the people from the Gaza Strip. We need to find, instead of focusing on stopping the casualties, we need to focus on removing citizens from the issue, which is something that hasn't exactly worked out.
Yes, and there have been efforts to relocate Gazans down south, and that place has been bombed. So where these people have been trying to relocate, it's unfortunately not gone very well for those civilians.
I just think at this point, it's really important for us to make sure we're keeping negotiations open so that we can work on saving as many lives as possible. I think if we try and figure out a way that Israel and Hamas can come to a sort of agreement on how to minimize the amount of lives that are taken as a result of this conflict, I think that would be best.
What should the U.S. role be in combating global hunger? Should we increase foreign aid or focus more on supporting sustainable agriculture in developing country?
The U.S. has a history of supplying foreign aid to these nations needing it, and especially for the issue of global hunger, we as a nation should prioritize our economic interests as well as our strategic interests to further our own goals. First, to create a strong America in which then we can facilitate need in other countries before prioritizing other countries over the United States.
I do think that sending aid is important. It's again a humanitarian crisis, which is incredibly important. It's human rights, and it's what we should be doing.
Well, the U.S. is very involved in foreign affairs like this. 90% of the U.S. foreign aid is not used to directly support Americans. That means 10% is. We believe this number should change. We should support American interests first before helping others. This would facilitate a stronger nation in which we could help potentially more nations as then prioritizing other nations before us. We believe that creating a stronger America and creating a stronger economy in America especially would help lead to greater foreign aid and greater trade agreements with struggling countries such as you mentioned.
I think it's important to understand that as a first world nation ourselves, it's kind of our responsibility to help foster the growth of new developing nations. And if we provide the things that they need to get started, like improved agriculture and providing them food to help end hunger in those areas, that they can really start their own development and make for a better world as a whole instead of just furthering our own interests.
I feel like I agree with what you said. I believe we need to, instead of just keep giving them supplies, we need to more focus on making those countries self-sufficient, because if we're just giving them food and we're giving them money and it's going nowhere, then it's just handing out free money and there's no purpose in doing it. We need to make the countries more self-sufficient than they are now.
What role should we play in global health security, especially in the wake of COVID-19? Should we invest more in international organizations like the World Health Organization to lead future global pandemic responses, or primarily focus on national health security system?
I think disease in itself is just an international thing. Disease crosses borders and will spread all throughout the world. So it's important for us to help an international effort to curb the spread of diseases as opposed to focusing more on ourselves. Because even if we are fixing our own disease problems, so the rest of the world is still going to have these problems.
I agree with that point of view. However, I disagree with the fact that we should not be prioritizing the United States health before other health. I believe that with a strong America, we can thrive and therefore help other countries rather than prioritizing other countries over the United States. This would create an unfairness that would be directly proportional to the United States citizens, or we'd be favoring global citizens rather than United States citizens, and we should focus to change that.
I think without helping other nations with diseases, that won't help America at all. Diseases are an internationally traded thing. It's like they often start internationally and then they come into America. Without helping those other countries, we can't be helped because it will inevitably spread back into America.
Yes, however, we have provided vaccines to other less fortunate second and third world countries in the past for COVID-19.
And I think that COVID has made us conscious of the fact that when other countries are overall healthy and they have a good general health, then we as a country are healthy. That helps our economy, that helps our society. I think it's for the betterment of the United States to provide these things to other countries and to not only focus on ourselves.
Thank you. The view expressed by any particular candidate, a particular student, do not necessarily represent their own opinion. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're going to check in with Tessa, see if anything's going on there. Tessa, do you have anything for us?
Nothing new yet. We are still waiting on Maine from multiple periods ago. That one's coming too tight to call, and it's still just taking its time.
Right, I'm hearing that they might not even call it until the very end of the day.
No, it might not even be called at all, depending on how close it is.
Depending on how close it is. I mean, it's looking right now like Trump might win.
You know, Harris is trailing though. It could go either way to this point still. I mean, we're waiting on Pennsylvania, and that's a big chunk of votes. That's 19 right there.
It's definitely big for this election in real life too. So
yeah.
I'm excited to see where that goes as somebody who lives in Pennsylvania. All right, now we're going to head back to the library with Olivia. She's going to give us a look on some exit polling and tell us how things are going on in the polling place right now. Olivia, what do you have for us this period?
Thank you, Sydney. I'm here with Lily, who has some exit pollers from Arizona. What are some of the questions that you asked some of the exit pollers?
I asked on a scale of 1 to 10 how invasive the government is for creating abortion policies, and a majority of people said that it was somewhat invasive to very invasive.
All right. What's another question that you asked them?
I also asked if they were either pro-life or pro-choice, and 3/4 of them said that they were pro-choice.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Back to Sydney.
Thanks, Olivia. That wraps up our coverage for this period. We'll be back at around 1 with results from the 6th period, and we'll be looking on to the 7th period's action. I'm Sydney Guida, and thanks for tuning in to Mock 24. Welcome back, Fleetwood. My name is Sydney Guida, and this is Mock 24, Tiger TV's live news coverage of today's mock election. This period, we'll be able to break down some results from last period's voting, preview what states are coming down to the library this period, and we're finished up with all the panel's discussions, so we'll be seeing some more behind the scenes with Olivia. To start off, let's take a look at the results from last period. To do that, we're going to head over to Tessa Flume at our election atlas brought to you by CNN. Tessa?
Thank you, Sydney. We are currently sitting at 166 for Harris and 184 for Donald Trump. This period voting, we have South Carolina for 9, Kentucky for 8, Washington State for 12, West Virginia for 4, and Rhode Island for 4, as well as Tennessee for 11. And we have not received last period's votes, so we are waiting on those, which will be a total additional of 54 votes in the Electoral College. At this point, the election could still go either way, so those will have large turning points there, especially with states like Michigan holding 15.
Thank you, Tessa. As I mentioned earlier, we're out of panel discussions for you today, but we're going to head over to the library where Olivia is going to give us a behind-the-scenes peek at our coverage for the day. Olivia?
Thank you, Sydney. I'm here in the library and we're all out of panel discussions and no more exit pollers. So instead we're going to be taking a site at behind the scenes, so follow me.
Sorry,
oh, it's okay.
Where are you going?
Okay, so back here we have Veronica and Ryan with the production and the sound. So have we experienced any technical difficulties today?
Yes, we do. It's been a bit difficult with some of the transitions. During the first period, we had a bit of an issue with the audio from you, actually. There also was the thing with the ticker where we didn't have the updated states. Just in general, it's a constant thing where you have to always pay attention to what's going on. And it's just human to make mistakes here and then. But it's still a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you.
We've had quite a few technical difficulties. We've had some audio problems of the audio cutting in and out. We've also had some problems with the results of the voting coming in slower than we'd like to, but we're just working through it and adapting that however we can.
Look at our big board and with Sydney as our anchor.
To try and have to switch between having the pen out versus just clicking the state, like the clean has to clear and close. But the program itself works pretty well. I just have to click through and it's easy enough.
All right, and then on to Sydney.
Do we have Veronica switching the things? We don't have Veronica switching the things. It's fine. Hi.
Hi. So has today's election gone how you thought it was going to go?
Honestly, I try not to think about it that much because I feel like Fleetwood is just kind of unpredictable in general. So I wasn't kind of making up assumptions before we got into this, but I have to say, it's definitely looking interesting. I feel like, we're looking at a blue Texas, a red California, and a red New York. That's definitely catching me a little bit off guard. Obviously, I don't think that's going to be the case for tonight's election, which I am definitely more concerned about. But as of right now, I think that it could go either way. I'm faithful in both candidates. I feel like they both have a pretty good shot, but right now Trump's got a lead on Harris. So I guess we're going to see. We'll see it in a couple periods.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. This was our behind the scenes with Tiger TV, and back to Sydney.
Okay, we're gonna actually take a look at Tessa. Tessa, do we have any results yet right now?
I am hearing a few, yep.
Hawaii right now is too close to call, so we can't put anything on the board for that. So, Idaho has gone to Trump for 4 votes. Arizona has also been given to Trump for an additional 11 votes there. Michigan, one of our big tickets for this period, has gone to Trump for 15 Electoral College votes. Indiana, another sweep for Trump there, so he is seriously leading with 225 right now.
Wow.
Alabama has also gone to Trump for an additional 9 there, which puts him up to 234 with Harris's 166.
Is that all that we have for this period?
I think it is, and we still have Maine and Hawaii too close to call, so maybe those 2 will come down to what we need to win depending on how the rest of these play out.
I don't know. I mean, Trump needs 36 more to go. And
we still have Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Tennessee coming in, which are all seated above 10.
We got
as long
Washington.
as Washington, which has 12, so
Okay.
that really could go either way.
Okay. I'm eager to see where it's going to go, but honestly, it's not looking too good for Harris.
Nope.
All right, well, that wraps up our coverage for this period. We'll be back around 1:50 with the results from this period, and we'll take a look at eighth period's action, and hopefully we'll be getting towards declaring a winner. I'm Sydney Guida, and thanks for tuning in to Mock 24. Welcome back, Fleetwood. My name is Sydney Guida, and this is Mock 24, Tiger TV's live news coverage of today's mock election. This period will be breaking down some more results from last period's voting, preview what states are coming down to the library this period, to take a quick look at what some other buildings around the district are up to, and hopefully declare a winner to our election. To start off, let's take a look at what the results are from last period. To do what we're going to do, we're going to head over to Tessa Flume at our Election Atlas, brought to you by CNN. Tessa, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Sydney. Once again, we are still waiting on our results from last period, and the race to 270 is still ongoing. We're still at 166 for Harris and 234 for Trump. He is leading. And this period, we have a total of 46 electoral votes up for grabs, with 8 states and Washington, D.C. coming. We have Montana voting for 4, New Hampshire voting for 4, Louisiana voting for 8, Oregon voting for 8, North Dakota and South Dakota both voting for 3, Pennsylvania voting for 19, and Delaware for 3 as well.
All right. If you thought we did nothing over lunch, you're in for a treat. Olivia took us on the scene reporting skills on the road to the middle school to see just what Election Day festivities they were celebrating. Let's see what she found.
A presidential election only comes around once every 4 years. While the whole country is out voting and the high school is holding our mock election college simulation, other buildings in the district are taking part as well. Like the high school, the middle school is hosting a mock election of their own.
The middle school mock election is given out in each social studies class. We give the students a choice in each class to vote for 4 different parties, so Democratic, Republican, Libertarian, and the Green Party.
Big or small, students at the middle school will also get a chance to experience the feeling of casting a vote in a presidential election.
Do you think participating in mock elections in school is important even if it's not real?
Yes, because it'll help you understand what it would be like someday when you will vote.
It gives you an idea of the election process for the future.
It made me kind of realize the way we're going to go through more order, like if we decide to vote, kind of like the process of voting and figuring out what's best for you, what's best for your family.
Being able to have a system where practice makes progress is really important, not only for students, but for everyone. So in giving students an availability to practice voice and choice, we can hopefully give them more confidence in making those decisions later in life, which then leads into that importance piece so that they can actually feel valued by the adults that are teaching them.
Even though our votes may not count, when the results start rolling in the evening, mock elections are an essential part of teaching and educating a future generation of involved citizens. For those of you at the high school, by the next time the presidential election rolls around, you'll be voting for real. For those of you at the middle school, you have one more mock election to look forward to before you graduate.
Reporting for Tiger TV News, I'm Olivia Walker.
Thank you, Olivia. I feel like we've been seeing a whole lot of you today because we're actually going to toss it to you in the library. You're going to give us some look at the exiting polls, hopefully, and tell us what's going on in the polling place. What do you got for us, Olivia?
Thank you, Sydney. So we do not have any exit pollers to give us anything, but I do have some results from last period. So 2 periods ago, Indiana had 98% climate change. They were for climate change, and that determined 50% of those voters. And then for Alabama, 76% of voters were in favor of greater gun control. And then for South Carolina, they were also asked about climate change, and environmental issues had no real impact on what candidate that people chose for South Carolina. And then in Tennessee, only 20% of people would be willing to pay higher taxes just to cut other debt. And then in Michigan, 60% believe that there should be tax implements and that will implement their beliefs on the economic policy. And then in Oklahoma, it was evenly divided on topic of gun rights. Thank you, Sydney. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. It does not look like the voting has been pulled up yet, so okay, actually, we do have results. We're going to throw it to Tessa.
Okay. From South Carolina, we have votes coming in. We have them going red, which is 9 for Donald Trump. From Washington State, we have 12 going to Kamala Harris. And we also have Ohio for 17 going to Harris. We have Rhode Island for 4 for Harris. And then we have 11 for Tennessee going to Donald Trump. We have West Virginia being too close to call. And we have Kentucky for 8 going to Donald Trump. This brings us to 262 for Donald Trump and 199 for Harris. We also have South Dakota just in going to Trump. We have Louisiana in going to Trump. And we have Oregon in going to Donald Trump. And that's going to end it for 281 for Trump. He is the winner of Fleetwood Area High School's mock election for 2024.
Wow. All right. It's kind of unfortunate that we didn't get to, hear some other states' opinions. I really wanted to see what Pennsylvania was going to say,
that's a big one.
But I guess that calls it. So that wraps up the coverage of Mock 24. With a final tally of 199 to 281, Fleetwood High School has elected Donald J. Trump to be the next president of the United States. For those interested in tuning into the real election this evening, the first polls begin closing in some East Coast states at 7 p.m. this evening. Tune into your favorite news station to see the results begin to trickle in, much like they have here throughout the day. If you're watching from the community, polls are open in Pennsylvania until 8 p.m., so there is still plenty of time to head down to your local polls and cast your vote. Thank you for everyone who stayed with us through the day. We hope you have enjoyed coverage. For Tiger TV, I'm Sydney Guida, and this has been Mock 24.